you're
Stalker.
crazy. There's no way you play Stalker with defaults. I don't believe you. I do not believe you play Stalker with defaults. That is the most janky controller scheme ever.
Stalker is also the only game that I will play on the absolute hardest difficulty right off rip.
I play it. I go with the like instant kill mods where like headshots are instant kill for both you and the enemy.
Well, that's what the default difficulty setting is for the hardest.
It's been a while since I played Stalker unmodded.
That's because you're playing it normally, in real life.
Pretty much.
Also, hi chat.
These jabronis are rustling me up.
They wrestling your jimmies.
Babushka will get revenge. Buongiorno.
Bon nuit.
Oh yeah, guys, I saw we had like
Hello, guys.
maintenance yesterday on JP. I could never figure out why we had it.
I am uninformed of JP.
Oh, okay.
I was about to say, I got nothing for you there.
Got nothing for me? Okay. Oh, cool.
It's an enemy?
Wait. Or is it? Oh, wait. There it goes. There's just one dude chilling there, not doing anything.
You're gonna burn down AP, right?
Hmm.
A
Hmm?
Warhammer Christmas song.
September, people. We're not even in Halloween season
I
yet.
was gonna say, unfortunately for you, Bob, it gets rejected on premise.
But it's from the orcs.
Doesn't matter. It's a Christmas song.
Dashing through the warp with a chopper in my hat.
I know.
Oh, good, because there's a second orc song in there.
Yeah, well, I already... Oh, it's rejected on.
Look, I gave you songs, and then I'm gonna abandon you like a terrible mod. Have fun. I set up the gambit for you. I don't know. but I'm going to dinner. I can't help you with it. Ash is here, right?
Ash, you be here.
You have the assault rifle. I have the Tommy gun.
Let me see if I can summon one.
Definitely top secrets here, but
Anyways, good luck. I'm probably already late. Have fun.
See you, Bob.
wear pants.
No pants. Unfortunately, I'm wearing pants.
Go back to my shotgun.
That was Bob Ash. Got him. Like all today I've been seeing on Twitter and YouTube just all the Concord meltdown like and stuff, and it's so funny. With like it's shutting down on September 6th and stuff.
Pretty.
Just like T1, baby. Just like T1.
Oh, I get it. So long, suckers. They're vampires, Steve.
Okay, I will bid you
God
guys
damn
bye.
it.
Alrighty, see ya, Cad.
Later, kid.
God, one day I'm gonna figure out who those people are. Hello, everybody. How's it going? There's my plug. There's my plug. I hope everybody has been doing good. If you had a good Labor Day, I did. I've just been feeling out of it because you guys know, like, I was having god awful diarrhea, and I've had heartburn on top of that because I haven't had my medication for a while now. So I've just been feeling like total garbage, and I was just like, well, whatever. Let's just, kind of take the day here. I did just get the tweet out. Do me the favor, chat. Go give that some love. And let me connect. Okay, there we go. That should be working. Yes, it is. Star Geek, yes. Okay, I think it's coming up. Sometimes life deals you a bad hand. Yeah, I'm used to it at this point, right? You guys know, you stream long enough, it's just this way. Hopefully Cad's doing better than Concord. Yeah, I mean, I hope I won't die in the next couple days here. Okay. Think we're doing okay. Let's switch gears here. Think the bot is set up. Yes, everything is good to go. So again, I hope everybody had a good Labor Day weekend. Okay, it is coming through. I just had to make sure. We were having some issues with the bot earlier. Hope your rolls are better than mine. Yeah, I basically wanted to just go ahead and take Labor Day off because I was like, I am just really not feeling it. I was like, I probably should take a day here. Even though, as you guys know, like I already took a day last week. I basically didn't stream Friday either because of everything that was going on with me. So we ended up streaming, obviously on Saturday, and then I had to do D&D on Sunday. But those were just variety streams, so you guys didn't get any FGO out of me. So a lot has kind of happened in that time, and I figured we'd kind of round up some of that here real fast. Yeah, for those of you guys that weren't listening here at the beginning, we definitely had, some surprising news coming out of the gaming world, as Concord, as you guys know, has been kind of a game that everyone has crapped on. And it is apparently going to be shutting down basically effective September 6th. So kind of at the end of the week here. So Friday is the last day for it. I almost made a tweet about it, but I was busy at work today. So I basically wanted to say, it's like, you guys know my stance on this. I'm obviously not somebody that supports that game. I don't think it was a good idea. But we kind of went over the roster for Concord and why I thought that it was just like one of the worst rosters for a live service game that I've ever seen. I think that's what ultimately doomed them. People have said like, oh, it didn't get marketed well. I'm like, that's not the issue. The game was put in front of people at, like the Summer Game Showcase. It had an entire like PlayStation Direct like that it debuted on as the very first thing. So it definitely had eyes on it. People were aware of it. I saw the news post on the r/gaming subreddit had like over 40,000 likes of it shutting down. So it's not that people were unaware of this game. It's that this game just totally and categorically failed. I've seen a lot of people say like, oh, well, the issue with it was the $40 price tag. And I do think that's a problem. I do think had this game been totally free to play, it probably would have had a lot more players, as that barrier to entry just made it so that nobody tried the game out. Because when you put that barrier to entry on a live service game, all that's going to happen is your game's going to get judged by what the players can see. That is to say, whether or not someone pulls the trigger and plays your game is going to depend entirely based off of like the perception of it, what they actually can understand about the gameplay of your game and the characters and stuff involved. And so I think when you had that egregious looking roster, I think it just absolutely like was a total turnoff for people, plus the $40 price tag. So to me, it all kind of comes back to that roster. Whoever was put in charge, whoever was the lead art designer, and whoever gave them free reign are the ones that are ultimately responsible for this game's failure. I feel bad for all the people that were chained to this game for 8 years of development and had to suffer through it. I don't think it's those devs' faults, but whoever was in charge of the character designs and whoever gave them that free reign, and whoever decided that the game was going to be a $40 entry fee for a live service model, yep, it's on them 100%. It's not free. It's not free. Then on top of that, as you guys know, there was another contentious game, which was Star Wars Outlaws. I played and beat that already. I gotta be honest, the game is an 8 out of 10. All the people that are like shitting on the game and like saying, oh, it's just slop, it's not. It's actually pretty good. What I will say is you do need to be a Star Wars fan. And what do I mean by that? Like, if you're not actually somebody that likes Star Wars, you're probably not going to care very much for this game. But to be fair, that's the same as like saying like, oh, hey, you want to go play like Fallout, or you want to go play like Skyrim. If you're not somebody that's like a fan of those like genres or that exact type of game, you're obviously the game's not for you, right? And I think that doesn't mean that I rate a game poorly based off of it being for like somebody else. I can say if you're not a Star Wars fan, the game probably is only like a 6 out of 10 or something like that. But if you're actually a Star Wars fan, it's pretty good. I heard Star Wars fans didn't like the game, most of them. I'm gonna be real with you, Shadow. The vast majority of people haven't played the game. I wouldn't take any stance on Outlaws, like, with any amount of like grain of truth if the person hasn't actually put hands in the game. If they haven't put hands in the game, then I can't imagine that that they have a valid opinion on it, because it's one of those things where I think like the gameplay, if you just see a little bit of the gameplay loop, it probably looks boring to you, but the more you end up like actually doing and going about throughout the world, the better it is. I will say it's a stealth experience for a good chunk of the game, so if you don't like stealth games, it's also something that's not for you. Like, it's the equivalent of being like, hey, I don't like stealth, and then being like, God, I hate Metal Gear, and it's like, well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of what Metal Gear's about, right? Like, so it just is what it is. I'm not buying a game where I can't swing a lightsaber. That's perfectly fine. What the Star Wars community had been asking for years was a game where you couldn't swing a lightsaber. Almost all of them you can, right? Now, here's the thing I'm going to say. Many Star Wars fans pride themselves on hitting anything new. Oh, listen, I'm not saying it's a perfect game. I have my gripes with it. For starters, as you guys saw, we played it Saturday. The game crashed like crazy. Like, I think the Ubisoft launcher is just total dog water, and basically that Star Wars Outlaws itself is probably unstable to a degree. But yeah, I was having crashing issues left and right. I don't normally have that with other games, so it's pretty bad that was happening. Thankfully, that did seem to be mostly a stream-related issue, as, you know, after that stream, I did not really have any crashes, so it was what it was. I don't know why, but it just kept happening. Now, with regards to what I liked about the game, I actually liked the story. I heard people say that the story was like meh, and fell flat. Those people didn't beat the game. That's all I can say. The ending to the game was actually quite good. I rather liked it. I actually really liked what they did for a like scoundrel / smuggler storyline. It was pretty well written in that regard. My issues with the game overall are, again, like I said, that crashing, the fact that it's locked to Ubisoft and vastly overpriced. So to me, this is a game that you pick up on sale or you wait for it to come to Steam. You do not pay full price. If you want to play it and you're going to play it on Ubisoft, go pay for a month of their online subscription. It'll cost you less than $20. You'll be able to pay, or you'll be able to play it. Just immediately cancel the subscription right after you pay for it, and then boom, it's canceled. But you can still download and play the game. So that's what I did, and I have no regrets. I paid $20. I got everything, early access, all of the side content and extra stuff that they added in, and it was fun, and it was worth $20. It was not worth, like, what was it, $70 for the game and I think it's $105 for early access. So that was a total like rip off at that point, but it was pretty good. But with regards to the gameplay, I think the gameplay is okay. There were some things that I think they could have done better, particularly like dropping so you had pickup weapons other than your blaster, so things like a more robust like rifle and stuff like that. If you were trying to pick them up, you could pick them up. They had limited ammo. That I don't have an issue with. I'm okay with that. My issue is every time you would like try to climb something, interact with something, do anything, you would drop the weapon. So you couldn't take weapons up ladders. You couldn't take them to other areas of the map. It just totally defeated the point of having them in 99% of scenarios. So I think that was pretty bad. Otherwise, I actually really like the aspect of space combat. I thought they did it pretty well. It's actually one of the best space combats we've had in a Star Wars game in, checks notes, 2 decades. And that's saying a lot, because we basically haven't had a new like Rogue Squadron or anything like that in that long. We have had Star Wars Squadrons. This has better space combat than Star Wars Squadrons. I hate to say it. So it was actually pretty good. Now that you finished it, would you buy the game on Steam for $10 to play it again? Yeah, I would not mind paying that price to own it. I thought it was a good enough game, and I could probably be convinced to go back and play it and or 100% it at some point. Probably my other big issue, as you guys know, I did not like the way that they handled the character's face. It was pretty obvious that they uglified the character. I have my feelings on that. I'm not going to like interject them into anybody else's feelings on it, but needless to say, I'm not pleased with what they did in that regard. It was jarring, and it took me, I think my playthrough in total was about 40 hours. It took me around 35 hours to finally adjust to the character's face and not think that the character was atrociously ugly. So it just is what it is. I'm just trying to think if there's any other like big thing with it. But no, I did overall enjoy it. It was a good time. It was fun. It was worth the $20 that I paid. So like I said, about an 8 out of 10. Hello, Aniko. Still need to use the launcher every time. Yeah, I don't like Ubisoft's launcher. I can't be like more like transparent with that. Ubisoft's launcher's crap. The second I was done playing the game, I literally like logged out of it. Like that much do I despise that launcher. So it is what it is. Let's go ahead and switch scenes here. Get us into FGO proper. Aha. Nope, not that one. There we go. Let me grab for you guys today's sauce as well. What do I do with it? There it is. I've been told that the Gamba already happened early. There is the artwork for you guys. On the Twitch side. And I'm doing pretty good tonight. There you go. There it is for you guys on the YouTube side of things. Ugh. We got Rikyu at NP1. Nice. So I trust that chat has been keeping up with things in my absence. If you could even call it that, right? Like I said, I didn't stream like 2 days. But you guys know it's pretty much how I am. We have a new campaign on JP. This is basically Road to 7, but it's Road to 7 for like, well, you guys could see you have like 26 days still left to complete it, but it's Road to 7 for like the end of part 2. So to make this clear, right? Like you are literally going to be getting another campaign like that. Now, I hope they learn from the first one, because Road to 7 is a travesty. I hate it. It was terrible on JP. It was stalling and everybody knew it. And even still, now every single time we get a Road to 7 campaign on an 8, no one seems to really actually care. Like, for instance, on the prior one, they apparently did a live stream for one of the drama logs that I saw literally no one cover or talk about. I had somebody come into my stream and ask me if I was going to like cover it while I was doing something else. And I was like, I didn't even know it was a thing. So that kind of tells you the general level of like care that people have about these campaigns. It's not that they're not cool and that people like to reminisce and all that. It's that fundamentally they're not news. They're not like anything big or anything like that. It's more just waxing philosophic and you know, recounting everything that you've done. So I think in that regard, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, it has all the old Super Recollections and 3 new ones. The rewards are different this time around, as you guys can see. You have normal recos give a golden apple. And why did... I think my thing is rebooted. Yeah, I was gonna say we get a golden apple for normal recos, and super recos now give 100 mana prisms. I'm gonna be real with y'all. Some people will look at this and they will say that this is a worthless reward. I will look at this and I'll say, honestly, this is actually more valuable for newer players. So it's an interesting thing in that regard, but I'm also going to say a newer player is going to struggle to do a super reco. So it is what it is. And then we also got a Rama update. Let me see if I can pull that up for you guys here real fast. Okay. That is to his skill 3. As you guys could see, he originally just had the guts, basically the recovery of his own HP by an additional 3,000, and kind of on a longer cooldown there, right? And they ended up upgrading it. It's now basically the same deal with the guts, but the cooldown has been reduced. It is now 6 turns instead of 7, which is definitely nice, as it allows you to double pop in a coin setup. And the reason that's important is because it now also has 30% charge. Now, I saw some people bemoaning this as, oh, it's yet another charge skill. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you guys at this point, get used to it. You should be more disappointed if an upgrade at this point isn't a charge skill for a unit that hasn't had upgrades in that regard, right? Like, and the reason why I say this is because we're at this point in the game that the majority of units have charge, and those without are just kind of the ones that are kind of left behind. So it's better for a unit to kind of get an upgrade like this and to be a little bit more usable in the current systems. So I'm okay with it. I think it's a good one. They also added in a crit star bomb here of 20 stars, you guys can see. So definitely not bad. I do think this is a good upgrade. It'll allow Rama to 3-turn a little bit more. And I know as a single target, you're not necessarily going to 3-turn with him. But even if you don't, you can still end up throwing him in with like a 50% CE, a maxed out mana loading, and then his 30% charge. And he'd be able to do it under his own power. Or who knows, maybe you end up like getting charge from overflow from somebody else, and that allows you to kind of fire it off. So to me, it's a good upgrade. It's just going to kind of increase Rama's usability. I think that's been one of his biggest issues, is short of, you know, unique scenarios where you just are like, oh, I really want the anti-demonic guy. That's kind of what he's been known for. But outside of that and his 100% crit damage, Rama really hasn't had that much going for him. So getting him that 300% charge, I think, is actually really good. Okay. So that was, I believe, all the news that happened over the weekend. Is there anything I missed, chat? Anything I didn't cover with you guys? We obviously got Guda Guda. Torak, thank you for the 51. Phil Spencer saying he's an idiot. I didn't see that if he said it, but I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, so wait, hold on. Let's go ahead and get some AP burning. I'm not going to bother with the recos just yet. We'll probably save that for a day where I have less to do. And of course it relogged. I like how I went all the way through the missions, or the menus, and the second I touch a quest, relog. Can we use the blue stones for Road to 7? That I don't know. I have no idea. I've never tried, in all honesty. So that would just be a try and see if you can. But they are recollection fights, so remember, like, they're kind of meant for the challenge of it. Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and do this. I'm gonna go ahead and get you guys the 40 AP here and try to spend it down. I am not totally done with everything, but I am done with most of the shop, and we are most of the way done with the ladder. I suspect people that are already done with this event probably managed to either get a ton of point drops, C's, or they I don't know, like maybe they just popped apples and went burr. Because I still haven't done Ordeal Call with you guys either. I keep forgetting that I have that as well. 4 more weeks of summer. Yeah, honestly, like the summer on JP is partially what's throwing me into such a weird funk here. There's so much time that I'm just not really sure how to process everything. It makes me feel like I don't need to do anything. Can Can we expect any more in the shop? The shop's already more robust than it normally is anyways. So I think the shop's just going to stay as is. They could have just done point Cs the whole time. If you've done point Cs, you won't be done with shop. Like I said, I haven't really wasted any AP, so. It's just there so people have access, yeah. Can you talk about how we still don't have a JP Lotto yet? You still don't have a JP Lotto yet. I don't know what else to really say on that other than it's entirely possible that you guys might only get one Lotto this year. And I don't think that's that crazy to say. Has it ever happened before? Not as far as I'm aware, but it is what it is. Can you cover the new Da Vinci shop seat on NA or JP? Wait, is there one on NA? Or sorry, on JP? If there is one on JP, I haven't seen it. So that's on me. New craft essences. Of course, they don't have it. The caster one? What, Da Vinci? Oh, interesting. You want my opinion on this, chat? What do you think my opinion on this is? Yeah, you can get to Bond 15 Castoria even faster, chat. Yeah, I've said it before. If they want a truly good Bond C, they should have given us Bond plus charge. People would use that because people would use that for farming. So like that would be a great like hybrid. And you don't even have to like make it much. You could make it like 5% Bond, right? Like, and people would still use that. They're never giving us that. Hey, listen. What they will give us and what's a good idea might not be the same thing. It just is what it is. Me saying it's a good idea does not mean the devs agree with me, right? But yeah, no, look, if you're trying to bond up a caster, is it good? Sure. If you're trying to like get somebody up to the higher bond levels for like coins or some other reason, like sure, that's still nice. But you guys know how I feel about it at this point. They are trying super hard to get you to bond everybody up to full. And while I understand they likely have mechanics involved coming for stuff like that, and I understand the benefits of bonding, I disagree with their stance because they've already tipped their hand. They have made it clear that the entire reason they want you to bond is not gameplay. They want you to bond, per Mr. Two's own words, so that you roll new units. And that's my issue with this. Is like it's this fallacy that they live behind, thinking like, oh yeah, hey, you know, that surely we'll get people to roll a new unit because their unit is bonded out. I'm like, it's not worth it. there's no amount of like weird like mentality that they can twist and warp to actually come up with the fact that like somebody's not gonna spend more money basically because their unit bonded out. The amount of quartz you get off of bonding a new unit is not equal to the amount you would have to pay to roll them. So it's just like it's not smart, right? Like, and I understand they want to do that, but I've said this before and I'll say it again. People have their favorite units. You're not going to stop them from using it. And the more you try to disincentivize them from using their favorites, the more people are going to be upset with this game. Like, it's just not a smart tactic on their end. Max bonded Romulus, time to go roll new Lancer here. Yeah. He said more units explicitly. Yeah, they made it pretty clear. It was last year's Famitsu. Lasagna just speeding up support bonds so you can waste more bond faster. It really does feel like every single bond change that they've made has been targeted at bonding out your meta supports. And I'm like, no. It's not gonna stop me. It'd be nice if teapots were in the monthly shop. I mean, if they do that, listen, that's an idea I think that they would love. Like I said, I actually don't understand why they've limited teapots. There's no real benefit to them. Like, and what I mean when I say to them, I mean to the developers. Like, you can limit them all you want, but at that point, you'd just be better saying you know what, you can't use a teapot on the super lucrative node if they were really worried about it. So to me, it's just they're trying to increase FOMO, but the FOMO is 3 months worth of FOMO, so you don't care. In that time, you just turn it on and use it rather than lose it, even if you don't use it efficiently. Yeah, that's why I said to me it actually makes sense for them to not have a limitation on it, because then they get everything from it, right? 30 nets, the ending is going to use bond mechanics. Yes. That being said, chat, we've seen them use bond mechanics before. I hate to say it, I don't think it's anything different. And like I said, I think the idea of the ending of part 2 requiring bond mechanics, them changing bond CEs, and them trying to get you to bond your units faster are 3 separate things. You might think they're the same thing. That's probably what they want you to think, but I do not believe they are the same thing. I straight up believe, because of Mr. 2 kind of letting the cat out of the bag in the prior years for Famitsu, that's really what their ulterior motive is just actually getting you to, do it. Just shy. And then Oberon's not going to have enough, so we get a 300% NP here. Should have used the Koyan Sky card. What on earth are they thinking with 10 friend points with a 5-star CE that costs 1,000 mana prisms? That's 1,000 per copy, right? So it's 5,000 in total. But yeah, I think they've been duds on the bond Cs for a while now. They've been trying to find things that players will use. To be fair, these newer sets, players will use them, right? I've said it before. It's if you wanted to bond out your caster, sure, it's a good CE. Will you use it regularly? I don't know, right? It's very situational. To me, it's not worth as much as just getting a generic bond CE. So it's not going to be high on the pecking order, in my opinion. Oh god, what was I doing here? Am I full? Yeah, we're close to full. By the way, chat, I hate to break it to you. I know y'all want people to use your gotcha Cs. The only CE I'm going to use for the entirety of this event is right here. Why? Because it gives more T. What does T do? Well, it's more points, but it's also more mats. So this is the only craft essence I'm using. Like I said, I know y'all have feelings otherwise, but if you don't have it on, I ain't using it. That being said, I haven't put mine up yet, so I'm guilty as charged. I got a drop early. Yeah, one of you D-Gens messaged me this morning on Twitter with 2 million points already. I was like, good lord. But it is what it is, right? If you treat it as an actual lotto or you just really need the materials, who cares? I just farmed a little because I was able to get what I needed to ascend some people. Yeah, that's fine. Unlike those 2.5 ones. Yeah, I'll agree with that, Abandon. I think the 2.5 ones are like you can get them if you just have mana prisms to spare and you got nothing else to spend it on, but I would almost advise like any newer player that isn't sitting on a horde of mana prisms to just ignore those. They're not useful. They're not worth the cost. There's so many other better ones to pick up. And that's kind of the other issue is like you have this triage at this point of craft essences that are better to invest in and ones that aren't. And it's difficult. I've been using Ryoma and really wish he had better damage. I don't think Ryoma's bad, but I mean, I'm gonna say this again, like if you only have like NP one of them or something, sure, right? Is 50k mana prisms a lot? No. No, you can actually go through 50k probably in a year. So, like, it's a good lead if you've bought everything else. But if you haven't... Okay, chat. Let us begin lay rolls. Okay. Hello, Katana. I mean, you can get level 60 bond from the lawful living human in Castor Ponces. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they're gonna allow for some like really stupid stuff at this point where it's way too like stackable, but it is what it is. Anyways, chat, I think we're probably gonna try for like an NP2 of Sen. We'll see though. Thank you for the warning. I don't need that every time. But obviously, like, it's at this point where it's like I don't really need her in that regard. But I feel like if I'm gonna get her, I probably need to get her to that level just to have her be usable in comparison to the other juggernauts I have on my roster. Don't feel that you guys have to roll her to the extent that I'm going to here, but we'll see, right? That is 37 tickets. Let's spend some tickets. She's quick, she's not usable. Damn, wild. I wasn't aware that in order to use quick, you had to be able to read hieroglyphics. Must be something like the Curse of Ra. We want to slow bond up. Yeah. You're not wrong. I'm not saying you need to have her at NP2 to be usable. Oh, also, Orion, thank you for the $5. I feel like Aniplex US will boost it again once the Tamlin Cup comes around. They probably will. Fades, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome to the channel. Enjoy your emotes. In chat, can we get some love for Fades, our newest sub to the channel? But yeah, it's... How do I put this, right? Like, I don't think the drama logs are, like, bad. I like that they did them. I think the campaign of Road to 7 is the real travesty, more than anything. I think the drama logs serve the purpose of kind of a recap / like TLDR for people, especially if they wanted to, like, kind of blitz to, like, in-game content and not necessarily have to read everything on the outset. Could definitely, and thank you for the gift to Aurelia bot, whichever one of you kind souls did that. Appreciate you. I'm sure Aurelia does as well. But yeah, I think it's just what, oh. 5 more gift subs from the anonymous gifter. I appreciate it. You do not have to. Hearing the VAs is awesome. Yeah, like I said, I don't have an issue with it. I think it solves one of their issues, which is that it's very difficult for people to come and catch up. And, you know, this has been a topic that's come up a couple of times here recently in VIP. And I've seen some, like, you know, at least one of the people in VIP, I'm not going to say which one, was not really a big fan of this idea. But several others seemed to like this. So I'll pose to the chat right now. Chat, how would you guys feel if when part 2 wraps up and we get to part 3, that all of a sudden the story kind of starts fresh there? Not like, hey, it doesn't matter everything from the first 1 or 2, but more like anybody that's starting the game can start at part 3. And then part 1 and 2 are kind of non-essential from here on out, but still obviously have a ton of rewards and the story attached to them that'll make you want to do them, right? Because the reason that I say this is that gets rid of 2 issues. One, the absurd like catch up that people have to do now to get to end game with all the story. And 2, it absolutely means that events and stuff that are locked behind story completion would only be locked behind the most recent story here that everybody could do. So it would kind of reset the whole issue that people have had with like LB and Ordeal Call locked events. They make a difficulty slider for part 3? I'm sure some people would like that. I can understand that, but the difficulty be hard to balance. Yeah, I do agree with that, right? Like, I feel like I'm not even necessarily talking about the difficulty. I'm just talking about mostly resolving one of the developer issues, which is player catch up. That's always going to be an issue with a game that's been long running for a long time and has a ton of story. Final Fantasy XIV has such an issue for reference. So it's not like it's... I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, you can still reference parts 1 and 2, but it wouldn't be as required at that point. As long as they don't make an FGO2 and not let me transfer my servants, I don't mind. Well, listen, I'll say this. That probably won't happen. But not because they won't let you transfer your servants, but probably because they probably won't do a... God damn it. They probably won't let you, or they probably won't do a FGO2. Like, I think jury's still out on there being like a second FGO or something like that down the line. Because obviously, well, I think Nasu's committed to seeing through this project. I do believe that Nasu would probably say no to like, hey, you want to like be eternally chained to this? Like, I think he's kind of run the gambit, and he's now, like, become appreciative of FGO and everything it represents. But I think he still, like, realizes just how much work it is and how difficult it is to work on his other projects. Kind of need a reset with part 3, make part 3 base story easy with extra hard version or something. I mean, they can... like I said, y'all are getting too into that so much as me trying to like say it's not the difficulty that's the issue. It's the requirement of how much you have to do that makes it rough for new players. If you make FGO2, you're definitely not getting the units back other than some core ones. I'm sure they would give you like some sort of knob, but I don't think you'd get a 1-to-1 transfer. I hate to say it. That being said, like I said, I don't necessarily see an FGO2 coming anytime soon. So maybe they surprise us all one day, but I don't think that's on the radar at the moment. Oh, 4-star C. My buddy's a new player and everything's locked behind stuff. It can get daunting. Yep. all the bond that the master forged and fought all the event and story with all the servants would be for nothing, and the new master would need to start anew. Yeah, I'm not saying necessarily getting rid of, say, the new... Well, I guess it depends on the context of your statement. If you're talking about an FGO2, that's one thing. I'm talking basically like just for a part 3, right? So if it's just part 3 that we're talking about, you don't have to have a new master. And you can absolutely have relationships still that get called upon from the prior 2 parts, but those are references that basically a newer player won't totally understand until they go back and read them. And I think that's fine. I think it's great as long as you do it right. Kind of no bueno for new players. Yep. Don't events being LB and OC story locked encourage people to play the new story? Right, but that's why if you do a newer arc, something that's not, hinging on part 1 and part 2 story-wise, that allows you to detach from it, then it's no longer required, and then therefore, while it can be referenced and can still be something that comes up, it's not something that the player has to go back and do. Now, let me point this out to you. Will the player go back and still do part 1 and part 2? Absolutely. You have so much reward and courts locked behind that. Players would do it at minimum just for that. FGO2 would not be a popular thing, I think. As popular, I think, because a lot of people are a bit burnt out with FGO in general. No, I would argue the reverse, actually. I would tell you that depending on how an FGO2 was implemented, it would quite literally pop off again. The biggest issue that people had with FGO are its oldest parts. Like, for instance, FGO has a negative stigma because of its gacha and the way that it has always been. So imagine you get a new game. Imagine the game has 3D models. Imagine it has live 2D or something like that. Imagine it has newer, improved gacha mechanics. Yeah, I think it'd be the absolute buzz. I think it'd be the talk of the town. Everyone would assume that it is the incoming juggernaut. Yep. Yeah, exactly. If it was thoroughly modernized, people would go crazy over it. Fate is popular, chat. And it will be popular in spite of FGO. Truly, FGO is the worst part of FGO. Yeah, I mean, obviously that's not what I'm saying, right? But Fate Grander Order, yeah. And Tamamo has been treated kind of badly so far. I mean, I disagree with that. I don't think Tamamo's been treated badly at all. Part 3 will have old MASH. Well, we'll see, right? Like, how they might do something like that. Improved, modernized LB6-like story experience. Jesus, yeah. I mean, to be fair, though, something that robust is probably crazy. If not, there's a good chance I wouldn't care. Yeah. I think that'd be the biggest issue for everybody would be what characters are in it and how it would work going from a new game. And that's why I think, like, if they did it, it would be a juggernaut. I don't think they'll do it, chat. I don't think they'll do it. Because that's a rough road to hoe for them. They would have to address everybody's concerns to some degree. Oh, wait. Whoops. Sorry about that. I backed all the way out. I still assume the story ends with a time travel paradox consigning the whole thing to a prudent timeline. I mean, it might. Who knows? And that'd be another way you could do a part 3. Maybe we resolve the timeline, right? And then now you're on a new one. Part 3 Mash gets kidnapped and we get Mash prototype Tachi. It's really weird because I think to equal parts the story is about the Master and Mash, and both of them are on their own individual journeys with their own individual stuff. So like I firmly believe that like you're seeing right now in Ordeal Call, and I'm not going to spoil anything, but you're seeing like the Master address some issues, and I also believe that you'll see in the end Mash address some issues of, you know, her being her own hero in that regard. There's a non-zero chance Aniplex would force FGO2 to have a Genshin-esque economy. Listen, I'm gonna be real with you. I think for better or worse, that's what the gacha community expects nowadays. To the point that every other gacha community that is not run by MiHoYo is constantly browbeaten by the fact that it's not MiHoYo. Like, this is not a unique thing to FGO, and it is partially why I will give MiHoYo fans some crap every now and then, because I think like a lot of people are kind of weird about that. Dear Lord, please do not Final Fantasy 1 this story. Steins Gate crossover, please no. Do you think we can expect an Arcuid banner soon? I'm surprised we haven't already had one, honestly. Like, we don't know where the 30 million downloads campaign is, and that appears to be what it is. Which I'm gonna say this, chat. If you guys remember, my tweet about a month ago was that you were like 3 days away from the 30 million downloads campaign being the longest ever downloads campaign to reach in FGO. And that was a month ago. So you are easily now the 30 million downloads campaign is the clear winner for longest ever. So when we get it, I don't know. I just want Yang in a swimsuit. Is that too much to ask, Lasengle? I think it is at this point, because I think the people that are, you know, making that choice, which is Type Moon, basically are choosing certain characters and then writing the story event. So we don't know what their criteria is for choosing. They stated criteria a long time ago, but they violated that criteria numerous times now. So it's just like whatever the heck they want to do and whatever the heck pleases them. MC to be a beast? Maybe. We obviously have hints of Godako being that. Arcuid banner for archetype Inception? Maybe. They will give it when the append skill change system is ready, since coins have been fixed. Yeah, I mean, you guys know my stance on that. Cad, could you roll less so I can catch up? What does that even mean? No Medusa swimsuit in 9 years is offensive at this point. Well, to be fair, right? Like, they're trying to, I assume, spread it all out. They want to make sure they always have stuff for the future. But yeah, I mean, I agree, right? There's definitely characters that I think should have gotten a swimsuit by now that haven't. So I'm sure we already hit the 30 million. Listen, the only reason I doubt that, the only reason, because I agree with you. I think we've already hit the 30 million and they're just saving it for whenever the hell they want to pull it out. However, the only reason that I have reason to doubt is because I gotta be honest, I don't think they're actually pulling in new players at this point. So I think the only new downloads they're getting are generally from, you know, people doing like Nuzlocks and stuff where they're re-rolling the account. I don't think they're actually getting nearly as many new players as they used to. That is kind of the both upside and downside of the game. With gacha games, players like new. And short of them pulling a like League of Legends and double-sided, overhauling the engine, I don't really necessarily see them shaking that like mentality that people have. Oh look, it's who? Best SR, yes. It's Keisuke. Do I think they haven't actually hit it? It's possible. I'm thinking we aren't getting Summer Medea anytime soon. Maybe, right? I'm sure they'll have to come up with a new VA for her anyways, for better or worse, right? Like, and the one thing I will say is at least because it's Japanese VAs take their job very seriously and usually with a lot of like humility and stuff like that and honor. So like I expect that whoever takes up Medea's mantle is going to try to do their best damn job possible in order to honor that. Saber again. Oh, look at that. Replacing a VA in Japan is very rare. Yep. Yeah, my understanding is they didn't even replace the Merlin VA who had some infidelity that was going on. So there's been countless of very big roles that died when the VA died. Oh, sure, but I don't think that that they're going to kill off a character in Fate because of that, right? Oh, that echo. Yeah, he's Proto Arthur as well. They just won't feature them much. Oh, I don't even think it'd be something like that in this case. I think Medea is a prominent enough character in Fate that like she'll get featured when she needs to get featured. They will probably find a replacement for that role, right? And I don't think there's any problem with it. I wouldn't expect anything. I would. It's Fate. I would expect something. Like if this were Chad, if this were a one-off anime that's never going to receive any other like iterations or anything like that, I would expect nothing, right? But it's not. So like I do actually expect that there will be stuff. They already use Lily over Medea and FGO 9 out of 10 times. Yeah, but the reason for that is just simply because they want to prioritize the newer characters for FGO. We've kind of known that for a while. Oh! There we go. T-Lady, finally. I wouldn't say you necessarily need NP2 to be like popping off of the DPS. The reason you guys will see me roll for NP2 is usually because one, I'm a whale, and two, a lot of the times it's if someone's in an actual neutral environment. Otherwise, if I just want the collection copy, I just get NP1. And I have no issues with it mostly. Do I recommend going all out and Guda Guda in terms of apples? Well, you do have a lotto coming up in November, so you need to look at that lotto and then look at this. Look at like the materials that you get from the tea here and ask yourself which one you get more out of. Because remember, you got like lotto, you're gonna have things like QP, embers, mana prisms, FP on top of everything else, skill gems as well. So.
Rikyu, 御前にまかり越してございます。召喚とはいえ、これも何かのご縁。以後、よろしくお願い申し上げます。はて、この姿は何か。ああ、私もこの体にはまだ慣れておりませぬで、ご無礼がありましたら、平にご容赦を。
Jack, thank you for the 42. Hope you're doing good. All right, so first tea lady acquired. A lot of people have rolled to the luck in the pot. Is still high. Wait, what? I like her voice, yeah. Does this year's Santa event have a lotto as well? Was it Carnimus rerun is what we have this year? Like, I think it's limited, but it's like 20 boxes is what it's limited to, if I remember correct. Normally it's only 10, but Carnimus has a special mechanic, so they kind of needed to do 20. Yeah, early December should be Carnimus rerun. Which is not that long after the actual lotto, so... But no, yeah, you're not getting much out of that. And that's why I think, like, at this point on JP especially, like, if we don't get something upcoming here that's a big farm event, I mean, they could obviously still run something in, like, October, but I don't see them going October lotto and then lotto again that fast. They might, but... I feel like it'll probably only be one at that point. Morganfest or Iliafest better? There's no real conclusive answer to that because it's going to depend on you. I don't think we'll get a lotto in October. Yeah, I don't really either. Like I said, to me, it's either like soon here or not at all. Not until the end of the year, basically. Mori coins, huge value. I already have a ton of Mori coins, hilariously enough. Oh, is this it? Say it ain't so. I really only expected Exodus Lotto or fast around November, December. Yeah, I'm kind of the same mentality at this point because didn't we know when the next one's coming, right? Chat, the next event. Like, didn't they say it's basically not till October, anyways? The 5-star C. It's October, yeah. So, like I said, I don't really feel like they're gonna do it then. You probably just have one more lotto and it is what it is. Now, chat, now that we kind of know that, how do you guys feel about this as it comes to an A 2 years from now. It means that you should definitely prioritize filling yourself up with the prior lotto, because you're going to have to go a long period in time without one. It doesn't mean it's like unsustainable, but it does mean you need to like be paying attention and kind of plot accordingly. Any good single target all-rounder servant on NA or JP? Because JP has several now. NA, I mean, it's still going to kind of be the same category. You're looking pretty much at that point at like a Berserker, because they are the all-rounders. JP just also ends up having Draco on top of that, so... They think I'm doing super recos for 100 mana prisons. Like I said, some people will. I think that's probably feedback of they probably tried to lessen the requirement to do it from the stance of I think some people were looking at the teapots as a must-have. Do you think the devs higher grind lottos? What do you mean, like grind more themselves? Maybe. I mean, I'm sure to a degree the devs play the game. How much they play, I think that sort of thing depends on the dev. Some devs, it's just their 9-to-5 job. They clock in, they clock out. They don't play the game very much because they already have to play it some at work, right? Other devs, they support their product and they play it. I think with the Japanese, it's probably more likely to be the latter. Again, they're usually a lot better at like trying to be a good representative of their craft. But yeah, I mean, we'll see, right? Like I would assume they grind and stuff like that in the game. How much? I think that sort of thing depends. The VAs will deej in it. Yeah, and I think this is something that a lot of people don't understand. So one, for VAs, it's a really smart look for them to like go, oh, well, you know, I'm going to play the game and support the game that is supporting me. But two is the fact that VAs often, if they are successful in the industry, have a lot of money and have to travel a lot. And if you have to travel a lot, mobile game's perfect for you. Gogi, since she's a crit machine, yeah. But the devs, I don't know about the devs. Like, this is why I've said before, I bear no ill will, obviously, right, towards the Aniplex of America staff over here, but I think they do themselves a disservice when they try to talk gameplay, because I don't think they're good representatives of that. Like, partly what they try to do is they try to like make the game seem super casual and friendly and be like, hey, yeah, you can do things where it's like I collect all the craft essences and like, you know, put them up depending on the character and stuff like that. I'm like, that's perfectly fine. You can actually play that way. But I don't think it's a good way to represent how the game should be played. It's almost like you don't have to do super echoes. Crazy concept. Listen, you guys watched me do the last 3 there on NA, and those are the first ones that I have done. I have not done any super echoes on NA prior to that, because I did them all on JP. Rolls are going okay, Spin. How you doing? And Aniko, thank you for the 4. Appreciate it. I didn't do them this time and I slept fine. Exactly. Yeah. You don't have to do them. They're not a big deal. MP1 pretty shitty for most DPS doing high-end farming, isn't it? So this really depends. I would argue NP1 is still very valid in most scenarios. But what do you consider most scenarios? Because some people take a like totalitarian viewpoint of like only the highest end node matters. Whereas I look at like the sum total of like all the runs across all the nodes, right? I think in the 90++ content, a lot of content has damage CE. A lot of content has damage bonus units, and I think that's where your bread is buttered most of the time. You will see people that'll try to run at 6 slot. You can do that, but there's also no requirement for you to do that. So are you going to be the most efficient if you're using like an NP1 and 5 slotting? No. And in some cases, you might not be able to do it if it's not the right NP1. But does that require you to have NP2? No. It's the same issue. It's like, it's not really required either way. Can EO beat the 90++? Yes. Assuming you have proper supports and the damage C. I agree, but if the 90++ is a mat that I need, I'm going to farm for that, for example. Well, sure. If the 90++ is a mat you need, you do it. I'm not arguing that you don't do it. I'm saying you don't have to do it. From there, if you feel like you have to do it, do you have to 3-turn it? Do you have to be max efficiency 6-slotting it? Or do you just slap on the damage C and go burr? Now, not every single one of them has a damage C. I think that's a concern. But yeah, it's been my experience that it's like it's really not a big deal. People often make too big of a deal out of it. Oh, sorry, yeah, Black Grail for this one. You guys got to understand, I'm playing both NA and JP at the same time, right? So like, my brain just will immediately confuse the two. Some people will disagree why, I don't know, it seems like a silly hill to die on. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? Super Echoes need to have some hard reward to be worth doing it. No, I disagree. I think this system works best. I think the Super Echo shouldn't be required. If they stuck a really good reward behind it, you would feel required to do it. Right? Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Katana. I'm glad they're issuing the refunds. They need to. You can't have a live service game that's only active for 2 weeks that you had to pay to play and take it down and say you can no longer play the game and not give refunds. People would, excoriate them. It doesn't need to be a reward, right? Yeah, I'm gonna say this: the challenge community will do it based off the fact that it's a challenge. They don't need the reward. The casual community will not like if there's a good reward behind it. So it really just depends. And I'm not saying that they can't put rewards behind it. I'm saying it's probably a better idea if they don't make it a super robust reward. Because again, chat, have I done all the super echoes? Yes. How did I feel about them? Well, I'm not somebody that necessarily gets off on the challenge of them. I can find a good challenge fun, but I don't believe the super echoes are actually challenging in that regard. I think the super echoes are challenging in the sense that they basically just inflate health values, not in the sense that they actually add a bunch of added challenge. So to me, they're just tedious and take longer, or you find a way to 3-turn it. And in both those scenarios, it's kind of meh to me. If I'm 3-turning it, there's not a lot of challenge there. And if I'm just going through the paces and nothing's ever changing for like 100 turns, then that's also not that challenging. It's just boring and a waste of time. Assassin. Oh. Hi, Satheno. Hi, new half C's 2030C. They could put like 20 bronze mats or 15 silver mats. No, people would bitch about that. Because the farmers would go, well, why do I have to do that? Now, do they have to? No, but they'll claim that they have to because of that. Heck, you had people that were doing the Tesla Fest quest just for the 5 resources locked behind some of them. So it is what it is. Good rolls confirmed. Well, we'll see. You can't please everybody. I agree. You can't. I was just reading what you were saying there, Ed. I do think there's value in FGO of having just a singular, really strong unit. But I always just leave that up to the player. And the reason I leave that up to the player is because that really strong unit can just be like your waifu, your husbando, right? I have enough to exchange. Let's exchange. Because that might save me from buying a pack if she shows up right here. Do login only FGO players matter? In what way? Like, to me? To the devs? To their fellow players? Does their opinion matter? This is a difficult question because I think, like, to some degree, you can say yes. Like, that is to say, they are a potential player that is currently not playing the game. And that may be due to the way you have structured the game. So there may be something that you could do to get them to come back to playing. However, I'm largely going to say no. And the reason why is because if that really is all you're doing is logging in, and you're never actually playing the game, your opinion on the gameplay largely doesn't matter. You're not partaking in it to begin with. So I'm kind of both opinions on that, where I would say it does matter, potentially, but it also doesn't matter, potentially. And I would favor the doesn't matter. Just from the standpoint of, if people can't find the need to play the game, then it is what it is. There's no use trying to appease those players. Succumb to temptation too easily? Don't. Failed to get both? Oof. You guys are supposed to use me as your living vicariously moment. But yeah, like, to put another perspective, chat, so, like, y'all remember before I had played League, me hating on League, right? Did my opinion on League matter? No, not really. Like, it can matter in the grand scheme of, like, hey, here's the overall, like, perception issue with the game. In the same way that, like, FGO has a bad perception issue out there. Let me farm some courts here real quick, chat. But I think, like, should, you know, like, Riot balance League of Legends based off me a person not playing the game's opinion. No, they absolutely shouldn't. League can be fun if you ignore other players. That's difficult. Especially because other players will spam ping you. Waiting on it to come back, chat. There's also the story is too long, boring crowd. Okay. So let me ask you this. Do you think that the story is too long and boring crowd has a valid point to make? And what if they're playing the game but still have that opinion? Like, if someone's not playing the game and has that opinion, I don't give a shit. But if someone's playing the game and has that opinion, then what? Both the game and the company, yeah. Well, I mean, it's a good point to make, and it's why you guys should consider, like, this is why developers don't listen to everybody. It's why you can't please everybody. Some people just want to watch the world burn, so you don't listen to them. If Fuyuki through America having lower story quality made somebody quit, then I think it's good feedback, IMO. Sure. I'll agree with that. I'll also say that I have never in all my years heard anybody actually say that. Now, this is going to sound wild to you, right? Because everyone will tell you the first couple singularities are not as good story-wise. But I've never actually heard somebody say that they quit over it. So, it is what it is, right? Usually, it's not that. Usually, the catalyst for why someone quits is, oh, yeah, the story is blah, blah, blah. Oh, I didn't like having to do blah, blah, blah. Oh, this was blah, blah, blah. And the actual truth of the matter is, I got shafted in the gacha. That's the real truth. If they had gotten the character that they so desperately craved, they would have kept playing. That is usually the number one reason. And players just try to hide it with other reasons. Just tighten stuff up and improve it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to argue against that. Gotcha gets people, yep. Simply have a difference in taste, but Fate is a VN, so similar camp to the One Piece being long. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, is it a valid stance to have? Yes. Is that the reason they're not playing the game? No. It might not be a benefit, right? When I had to replay it, I skipped through it. I mean, you guys see, like, any story that I do on JP, I skip, and then I play it when it actually comes to an A, so. Well, read it when it comes to an A. It took me a long time before I got through Okeanos before I really started playing more. That's fair. But why did it take you a long time? Was it that you were disillusioned with the game? Like you didn't like the story? Or was it because you felt like overwhelmed? And it just wasn't vibing with you at that moment? I play FGO for the advanced gameplay. Listen, you can cap at that one all you want, Omar, but I'm still going to say FGO has more advanced gameplay than a lot of the other popular gacha games that are out there. It felt like a slog to go through at the time. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm going to say this. I don't hold the same opinion that a lot of other people will do. If you were to go out there and you were to ask the greater FGO community, do I have to read story or should I skip? Everybody and their brother will tell you you have to read story. I will not. I think if you view the story as being too much and too long, and it's getting in the way of your enjoyment of the game, skip it. I think you're missing out if you do, but I think that's a way that people feel, and if people do feel that way, skip it. You can always come back and read it later. So if you find that at some point you have the interest or you have the time, I think that's where you do it. Okeanos is worse than Septum. At least some things happen in Septum. I mean, shit happens in Okeanos, but yeah, I would agree that Okeanos is worse than Septum. It's not like you can't go to my room. Yeah, exactly. Gold orbs. Like, I'm not encouraging people to skip so much as me saying that if that's like the line in the sand for you, that's always the option. Tomoe. Unfortunately, I have in P5. Otherwise, I'd be leaping for joy. I haven't seen a Tomoe spook in a long time. The main plot is too incredible for me to skip it. Yeah. I'm just somebody, like, again, I'm pragmatic. If I realize that, like, this is something that is ruining your enjoyment, don't do it. Right? Like, it's that simple. Can't get to you because locked behind months of story. Yeah, but we do have the Evocation Festival coming in the future, so that is a remedy at this point. Tomoe coins greater than some random ass saber nobody knows about. True, you're not wrong. I will take it. I suggest a TRDL summary. I look those up when I get annoyed with the story and want to skip. Yeah, I don't think there's a problem with that. Like, I think the story is one of the greatest attractions to FGO and Fate in general. And I think those who participate in and read the story are much more likely to stick around the game than anything else, which is why the devs put such an emphasis on it. But, you know, I'll just go ahead and say, again, being pragmatic, if that is somehow your issue, if you're somebody that doesn't have the ability to sit there and actually just read, skip it. No problem with it. I myself have skipped portions when I didn't have time and gone back and read them. So I think it's perfectly okay. Ended up getting to 1.5 in a weekend while reading and geeking over the characters the whole time. Yep. FGO Aizen is not popular, I see. I mean, I don't hate Keisuke's design. I hate his, like, kit more than anything. I don't think his kit's very well done. What if we started getting more weird card colors like red and blue for servants? Like how summoning Angra is black class card? I mean, I don't mind, but I think at this point the devs clearly have a like limit to how often they do special animations. I would love for them to do more. I think every single animation should have some special flair to it, but I get that there's, you know, a cost to that, especially on manpower. Win, thank you for the 66. Thank you for the 5.5 years. You guys rolling for T-Zerker? I am. How have you been, Win?
5.5 years. 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 5.5 years
They're starting to run out of welfares. Yeah, I mean, I predicted this though. I said they were going to slow down, especially after that last one. You can ask Avalon. Me and him had this exact conversation months ago. And I was like, yeah, no, it's probably going to slow down after this. Because exactly that, like, we know they've already done so many of them, and they at this point don't want to make everything available. They want to eventually make everything available, but they want it to be a rolling thing where, you know, for every welfare probably that they put into the Evocation Festival, they add one to the game. So that there is always just this FOMO that exists out there. And I don't blame them for that. Want them to get rid of cost because I think if a servant is good enough, you'll use them? Wait, what do you mean by cost? Like party cost? Party cost is a balancing thing. Nearly hit the skip button so many times reading Salem. Those reading sections just went on forever. I'll actually agree with that. I didn't hate Agartha that much. Salem, I really liked Salem's story and theme, but there are certain points where I realized that Nasu is just expositioning to exposition. And I'm like, holy shit, move on with it, my dude. It's the same way that I felt about like reading Jane Eyre, and you spend 50 pages with her talking about like the description of the house. I'll never forget, I had to read Jane Eyre for my AP English class in high school, and I didn't read it. I started to read it. I think Jane Eyre is like a 1,000 page novel. I read the first 50 pages. I realized after 50 pages, she was still describing the house that fucking burnt down, like in the first chapter. And I said, fuck this. And went back and just like basically like found a Spark Notes version of it. I was just like, no, I'm just going to get the summary from it. I don't care. And it absolutely worked. There was no issue with it. Parts of Imaginary Scramble that just go on and on and on. Yeah. And so I think it's like it's okay to like skim or to like speed it up or even skip if you have to. I was primed to dislike Agartha anyways, but the content really wasn't there for me. I didn't hate Agartha, like I said. I think Agartha gets a lot more crap than is actually deserved, but I can understand that it's not everyone's cup of tea, right? Like it is what it is, and Agartha is my least favorite of all of the Epic of Remnants. That being said, I just didn't think it was that bad. But I'm also somebody that like, chat, I don't think the writing for the first 5 singularities is as bad as people make it out to be. Ugh. Didn't Nasu even write Salem? No, all the Epic of Remnants were written by other authors. And it's assumed because Nasu was working on, Lost Belt at the time. I still think the werewolf part of the Requiem event is the part I hated the most in the entire game. The werewolf part of the Requiem event, I actually liked that part, but I agree that the conclusion to it was stupid. It was an interesting part. I rather liked that they were giving you that. I have liked when they try to pose like a mystery to you. However, they keep doing the trope of like, you can't possibly actually figure it out because you lack all the information. Like, you're just guessing if you get it right. Just one so far, Dark. Someone finished part 1. Basically, what they had to say was its peak. Read it. Yeah, it is. Part 1's fantastic. The master and everyone being idiots is the problem. Yeah, like I said, it was the conclusion was your issue. Because that's where it's like, the master should have been able to arrive at it and couldn't. I wish we could get the Mozart skin. Yes. Yeah, there's so many like things like that where it's like, oh, we've seen like this cool version of a character, we've never gotten it. Like we've never gotten the Red Riding skin for Marie either. Yeah. Seraph is still my top 3 story in FGO. Seraph is really good, and it's why I called bullshit on them, if you guys remember, way back when they first started coming out with main interludes. I called bullshit because they were trying to say that it was about the story, and the very first main interlude that they gave us was Erish's for that Christmas, of which the story for that event, while tangential, does not actually matter. And meanwhile, CCC ended up being the second one, and I was like, that should have been the first one. CCC should have absolutely been the very first thing that they brought back and made available to everybody, because it was a travesty that it wasn't. Come on, give Cat his other tea lady game. Doesn't chat it be what it be. Sometimes it give, sometimes it take. Most time it take. It's just what me noticed. Another Keisuke? Oh, better Keisuke. I'll take Roland. Oh, no. No. Oh, man. I saw it. I was like, oh, wait. Effing spooks, man. Rolando, yes. The ability to insert and act on the knowledge, yeah. This is your T-wife tonight? It's because I'm bullying him so much on JP right now. Alright, in again. Debated, yes. The same spook is the worst. Yep. What's your anime of the season so far? It's difficult. I've dropped a couple and I picked up Alia Speaks in Russian or whatever, Hides Her True Feelings in Russian. That one's been pretty good. I'm trying to think of like everything that I watch here. Losing Heroines? I haven't watched that one yet. Is it good? What's your anime site now? I'm afraid to say. You guys know I was watching on one of the ones that got shut down, so. Mine is Wistoria. Wistoria is okay. I had some issues with Wistoria, but I think it's largely good. Is it Days with My Stepsister? No, it is not. What is that? Are you watching Elusive Samurai? I've watched the first 2 episodes of it. It's good. I actually like it, but I don't think it's necessarily my cup of tea. We'll see. Yeah, Osan Newbie Adventure is actually pretty nice. Not Allowed in Another World is pretty good, but I agree. The arc that it's been on hasn't been as good. I want to see where it goes. Reborn as the villainess of an Otomoe game. Yeah, we've had several of those types of animes here lately. Some of them are okay. The way you said it made me think you were watching something you were ashamed of, and that I thought it would be the stepsister anime. No, it's not something I'm ashamed of. I never have any issues. Am I watching Tower of God? I am watching Tower of God. However, I have something very hurtful to say to Tower of God fans. This season is bad so far. This season is not that interesting. I've heard that if it gets to the workshop arc, it gets a lot better. But this season, if it doesn't get there, is so bad. Yeah, season 1 was absolutely better. I'm sure Tower of God fans are saying that too. Well, I know. It's just I know there's a lot of people that I know that really like Tower of God and want me to watch it. But I gotta be honest, I didn't watch today's episode, so I went and watched more Alia instead because I'm catching up on that. Yeah, I think Tower of God's a web comic, a webtoon. Is it originally a manhwa? I think it's Korean. The group meeting anime? The time I got reincarnated as a slime? No, I gave up on slime like a season ago. Slime lost my interest because it just honestly, Tsukimichi is better slime to me. If you guys have never watched Tsukimichi and you like slime, I highly recommend watching Tsukimichi. I like both, yeah. I can see that. Am I going to watch ReZero next season? Yeah, I have no issues with ReZero. Other than protagonist sometimes has lapses of I can't do this anymore, but I kind of understand, right? I can get how that can happen to him. I'm just surprised he hasn't found his resolve in some ways. But otherwise, I really like ReZero. Tsukimichi's getting a 3rd season. Good. Yeah, it's underrated. I am watching Nokotan. Okay, so yeah, I'm watching No Longer Allowed in Another World. That one's really good to me. Osan Newbie Adventure is pretty good. I was watching VTuber Legend, but I don't think I'm going to continue with it. It's another one that's it's gotten stale to me. And a lot of it's just because now it keeps turning to the girls just keep being lesbians over and over and over and over and over again. And while I don't hate that a little, it's just it's an overplayed trope at this point. Even within the own show, right? I had picked up Why Does Nobody Remember Me in This World. That one I dropped, though. I'm not sure it's that good. It has enough, storytelling issues that I go, this is kind of dumb. There's, logical flaws in it. I haven't picked up Nier Automata. Not again. Failure Frame I've been watching. That's my trash anime guilty pleasure. Because obviously the heroine reminds me of Lartoria / Aurelia. I Parry Everything's actually been pretty good as well. It's also got some stupid groaning moments, but it's still okay as far as I'm concerned. My dear friend Nokotan. I probably need to catch back up on Spice and Wolf when I get the time. I think I've fallen behind by several weeks. And yeah, like Tower of God, I guess. Blue, thank you for the 24. Thank you for the 2 years. Appreciate it. Perry has the worst MC. Perry has an MC that like gaslights himself. He quite literally, like, every time something happens, it can't be because he did it. It has to be because like somebody else managed to make it possible. So like he has extreme like self-esteem issues. Have I been watching the plus size elf one? No. I watched the first episode of it and I was like, this isn't for me. And not like it's more due to like the way the anime works than anything else. I mean, new for people that didn't read the light novels. Yeah. Yeah, Spice and Wolf's still going. Perry frustrates me to no end, but it's good. It really is. I know exactly what you're talking about, having watched it, right? Like, it is a very, like, fun show, but it's also at the same time, like, frustrating. And also, Wistoria is another one that I'm watching. Spice and Wolf is on the arc that the OG skipped. Okay. There's always one anime every year where you're like, why is this getting a second season? Yeah, I mean, I always just assume that it's like, you know, because there was at least enough interest there. I will say this, keep in mind too, chat, that things that are not as popular over here are maybe more popular over in Japan and vice versa. And simultaneously, I don't really have an issue with like an anime getting a second season, but there are some shows where I'm like, why the fuck is this getting a fifth season? Those are the ones where I like, they're head scratchers to me. A second season's one thing. Fifth season, sixth season, I don't get that. Man, it does not want to give me the second sin. It's a good thing we have pity. Oh, wait. If Plus Size Elf didn't have short episodes, I would have dropped it. Yeah, that is, I think, one of the like better aspects to it is that they keep it short. Because otherwise, I do think it would get a little bit too much for most people. For most. Need a dying thirst emote for dry rolls. Well, there's cry, there's squirt, there's snap, there's suffer. Don Machi 5000. I actually really like the first season of Don Machi. I probably need to pick it up again, but I don't know. I'm loving how in Failure Frame the MC isn't afraid to use scummy tactics. So chat, I'm gonna say this and you guys can tell me if I'm wrong. Failure Frame is Shield Hero if you took Lartoria out of Fate and then made the main character a goddamn like warlock. Bazooka. Hi Sin. Yeah, of course you made me buy the pack just so you could just so you could show up right there. From what I know of Shield Hero, that sounds right. Yeah. Honestly, I'd say at least as of right now, it reminds me of season 1 of Shield Hero. We'll see if you know, subsequent seasons, if the show even gets it, are as good. I think my biggest issue with Shield Hero was that it lost its initial premise, which was that in Shield Hero he gets his revenge and then the entire tone of the show shifts, which I get, but like the whole reason, the hook for why you were watching the show was that like revenge arc. So I'm surprised they didn't like do it again, right? Have I seen the trailers for Dan to Dan? I don't think I have. The pack financed her shop a little bit more. True, yes. It's also we can fly around. I realize a lot of popular animes or novels I read 5 to 6 years ago. Are they? Because like my issue has been that a lot of animes are just getting pulled in way too quickly. Like it's usually like the manga has only been out like a year or two. And that's kind of why it's so difficult for them to actually have more content. You think we'll have 30 million download campaign on JP during the summer OC3 run? If I just say yes. At this point, chat, your guess is as good as mine because we should have had it months ago. Like we're months overdue. So whenever they do it, they do it. Cheered Here is a finished novel, yeah. Some animes of late have been from older mangas. Yeah, I'm wondering if part of the problem with that has been that they overlooked a bunch of these like mangas because they weren't the hottest thing ever, and they went back and they picked them up because they were generally favorable in the ratings because they've like quite literally exhausted all of the short-term supply, right? And honestly, I don't blame them for that. And I think it's good to see, like, again, we had we had Slime get adapted before Tsukimichi, but Tsukimichi, to my understanding, is the older one and the one that Slime copies a lot. So, like, it's weird then that, like, Tsukimichi got adapted after Slime, right? Like, but that is just kind of how it's been. So maybe it's rights issues with the author and their like negotiating parties, or maybe it's just that nobody wanted to give the anime the attention that it actually deserved. You roll any of the rerun banners? What do you mean? Yeah, I mean, I anticipate 30 million Zarkuid. I'm waiting for a new Overlord season. I hope Overlord gets another season at this point, but it's been a long time, it feels like. Majority of the modern shows actually took from Remonster. I gave up on Remonster. It was not that good to me. Congrats on MP2, thank you. Yep, we secured the hag. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and combine her up. Were the points distributed for the Gamba? I have no idea. You will have to ask one of the mods. It doesn't look like they were from my end, but my understanding is either Toriak or Ash, one of you guys, was running it. I know Bob set it up, but I think Overlord still has 2 volumes remaining. Yep. Oh wow, we didn't even get NP5 Keisuke. Oh well. It's no skin off my back as far as I'm concerned. Oh, there we go. NP4 Roland. Roland was an actual good spook. Everybody else is going to the rapture. You can watch my video on him if you really want to know more about Keisuke, but I don't think he's like unusable or anything like that. I don't think his kit's very well designed. It's kind of all over the place, and to me, one of the only effective ways to really use him is in like a solo environment. Good job, thank you, Hardis. The author gave up on finishing the story, unfortunately. Did he? It's kind of wild to write something to that extent and then quote unquote give up on it. This kit would look good if it was on a 3-star. Yeah, I think even for a 3-star, it would be okay still. I don't think it'd be the greatest thing ever. Because, like I said, the issue that I have with it largely is the synergy of it. You know what? Before we actually spin those foes, whoops. Ruh-roh. Aha! That probably means I had more tickets. I did. Well, this happens, chat. Yeah, now we got the 5-star Embers in the Mana Prism shop. So that should be one set. So that'll be one will be Sindo Rikyu and the other one will be EO. Wait, am I really that full? I can't be. I did burn. I guess I'm just that full on embers. Pull out a couple there. Inventory real enemy of humanity feels that way sometimes. That's a lot of prisms. Yeah. This is why I say, like, there's a point where it just doesn't really, like, matter. You have so many mana prisms, you just buy everything anyways. Togashi gave up on Yu Yu Hakusho? That's still wild to me. Oh god, what is that face? What is that fucking face? Oh, whoops. Hold on, chat. Accidentally locked my phone. Next lotto will be my complete turning point. I had that on JP where I finally like rounded the corner and I'm now just perpetually ahead. But admittedly, JP keeps adding stuff, so it does keep getting difficult. So you drinking soda instead of tea? To be fair, chat, tea was like the ancient world soda. That pretty much kills my current need for them. I mean, you can already get the Ordeal Call to Flower from, what is it, the 90++ node? That's why I've just been like, well, I don't care. I'm just going to sit here. Like, oh. Huh. Wine was Europe's soda for centuries? Yeah. Wine, beer, tea, like, it was the alternative to water. You wanted to work on something else. I think it was, but the ending sucks, so it was not even funny. I think they leave so many loose strings. Yeah, I mean, at that point, like, just put it on temporary hiatus, work on something else, and come back to it. And then everyone will be like, oh, he's working on it again! And, like, all the hype will return. Like, it's simple, so it's, yeah, I don't see the point in doing a half-assed job, right? Okay, get me off the foes here real fast. That's part of my issue. I have 4 stars. Dun 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 dun. Okay, now that should be enough foes. Turn the music back on. Hunter x Hunter is back this week now. I like Hunter x Hunter, but that bug arc at the end of the anime just made me go like, I don't care anymore. It just felt so strung out to me. He just left it in the rush and the ending effed up so many characters and just gives us a shit ending. And I can understand that, like, maybe to a degree, like, some authors enjoy telling the journey and are terrible at telling the ending, right? I can totally understand that. That, like, maybe he just racked his brain over it, and after long enough, he's just like, screw it, I just want to be done. You didn't like the Chimera arc? Interesting. I didn't. I thought it literally turned it from Hunter x Hunter into like Beetle Wars. Like I didn't care about it. There was way too much exposition dealing with these are bugs or terraformers randomly. Honestly, I like terraformers better than it. But yeah, there is some similarity there, I will agree. So I've got Assassin. Sorry, I'm just thinking, chat. Thinking about how to use some of these embers. I thought it was too drawn out as well. Yeah. Which I think part of the reason for why that was the case is probably just because, again, like, the author is pretty notorious with that anime. Well, sorry, with the manga, but... So it's like, I think the fact that he didn't want to work on it for so long really shone through. Actually, do I need the 4-star ember? Yep, I do. Just moved on to the next one. Yeah, like I said, some authors just don't write well. Like when it comes to an ending. They're way more about like writing the in-between parts, because if you think about it, that's where you get the most practice. The ending to a story is most frequently the part that's least told. Because many writers will sit down and like draft a story. They'll come up with all the stuff. They'll write up a bunch of the characters. They'll start writing the chapters. And then depending on the reception of the story, it just never gets an ending. Right? Did I max everybody out? We maxed out Sen. I'll probably max out the others off stream, but I wanted to showcase Sen here a little bit. Okay, we're gonna max out her charge skill here. Did I see the ZZZ trailer? No, I didn't, because I don't care about ZZZ. And I gotta be honest, chat, I'm tired of everything trying to shove ZZZ in my face here lately. I don't care. You can't make me care. And the more people try to make me care, the less likely I am to care. It's the full court press that obviously bothers me. But ZZZ is Pog. A piece of garbage? I agree. Yeah, there you go. Wow. Okay, so I barely have enough for that. So we're definitely not 10-10-10ing her. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, right? If you want to like it, that's perfectly fine. But there's this weird insistence, especially with MiHoYo games, that like, Cad, you have to know what's going on. Cad, did you see this? Cad, did you? No, I didn't. I have purposely not watched it. I don't want to know. Am I the only one that doesn't know what ZZZ is? You know what? Good for you, Barry. Good for you. Please keep it that way. Do yourself that favor. That's what POG stands for? Yes. Like, again, I know it's gonna upset people that I'm saying this, but it's like, chat, God, I just feel so, like, inundated with it every now and then. I just don't care for its existence. Yep. But Nike is having an EVA collab? Chat, listen, I see several of you also try to tell me about Nike. I don't care. I've already told you guys this. I don't care. Like, I can humor it to some degree, right? But, like, it's not gonna make me interested to play. You mean the ass game? Yeah, it's like, and I've said this before, I'm already way too busy playing just FGO. I don't need another gacha game. That's the truth of the matter. Like, it's easy to appreciate it from afar. I know not all of you guys have as busy schedules as I do, right? Like, some of you may still be in college. Some of you may not be employed for whatever the reason. And I'm not judging anyone based off that. So you have plenty of time to play and you enjoy playing. For me, no, I'm good. Playing FGO on 2 servers is already enough of a chore, and I like FGO, right? I cannot imagine or fathom playing more than this. I've tried numerous times to try out other gacha games. I never stick with them because it's just, I don't have the time. Will I try out Uma Musume once it's global? No, probably not. I'm sure Trubs will, because I know Trubs is all about it. But, like, do I care about Uma Musume and Horse Girls? Not really. I mean, like, I've heard it's more like an idle game than anything else, but I don't actually care. I think the only other gacha game at the current point in time that I have any tacit interest in is basically Girls Frontline 2. Zoomers even seen Eva. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? I mean, to be fair, that's why they're collabing with it, but... Are we getting a global version of Uma Musume? We are, yeah. They finally announced it. The NTR game? Listen, I've heard somebody say that before. I have no idea. But Chad, I think you can go to just about every single gacha game and find a game where like the character has a relationship with somebody and then you're still thirsting for that character. Now, I will say somebody in chat's probably going to be like, but Cad, this time it's different. They did this or that in this game. And I'm going to be like, I don't care. Then I won't play that either. Congratulations, chat. People don't care? Yeah, I don't think people care when it's a fictitious character. Cat, that's like half the FGO cast is taken. I know. That's why I'm saying like I don't actually care, right? Like, and I don't know why people do at that point. It's people being stupid about China's service rifle looking at another man in any way. I mean, yeah, like I said, I don't know. I don't know the whole story behind it. I just know people have levied that accusation. But I'm also going to assume a lot of it's probably just slander against the game itself, right? I'm just trying to think what those were equipped on, but I must still have some summer stuff. It's not worth knowing about as the short of it. It's only worth knowing about in the sense that if I ever do desire to check the game out and somebody comes in and is like, oh, that game? Because y'all know, like, that's exactly what will happen. Sorry, chat, just some CE cleanup here. It's all just offshoots of the gender issues in China and Korea. Okay. I mean, you have to understand the majority of FGO stream watchers are gacha addicts. Yeah. And do you understand that the majority of FGO content creators are also gacha addicts? And do you understand that I'm not one of them? Like, I hate to say it, but it's the truth. I am the dark horse in that regard. I'm sorry, not the dark horse. The black sheep is a better analogy there. I'm the odd one out. I don't like gacha, chat. It's the truth. Like, I actually, like, if FGO were not a gacha game, I would prefer that. Kevin, there's 27 gachas downloaded. On my phone, I think I used to have Azure Lane that I could never actually play. And Girls Frontline 2. Or 1, not 2. Which I only ever played a little bit of Girls Frontline. I think I had Genshin while I was playing it. And I think I've literally uninstalled like all of those games since then. Like, I literally only have FGO. Oh, I did have Aerial Drive. We tried out Aerial Drive. No, not Aerial Drive. Aerial, what was it? What was the name of that one, chat? I can't even remember it. Artery Gear. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, we tried out Artery Gear for a little while, and that was it. Like, I did play HSR, but I never downloaded it on my phone. I picked up HSR and was done with HSR that fast. Now, chat. Now, you guys can remind me that you're all gacha fanatics. That's fine. Like I said, I don't hold it against you guys if you are. However, I will ask that, like, I don't necessarily need to know everything that's happening in every other gacha game. I do like hearing about certain things, but no, I don't care. And part of the reason I'm upset, at least about Zenless, is because everybody and their brother is full court pressing Zenless on me right now, which is making me annoyed by it. it's something we're talking about has been done or something to have a comparison. Like I said, I don't generally mind. This is just a special exception where, like, yeah, I just kind of want people to shut up for a little while about it. And chat, I know it sounds like I'm being unreasonable. I need y'all to realize how unreasonable, like, the Zenless community is being right now. Like, the fact that it is constantly in everyone's face and telling everyone they must play it and must watch, right? That's my issue with it. Why do they want you to play Zenless Zone Zero? I have no idea. You can ask them. I have no idea why people do. It's just some weird thing that gacha players do, where they like gaslight each other into forcing each other to play every game. And I think it's just that they want more people to play the game so that it's successful and popular, and so that they feel validated. But there's a point where enough people are doing it that I'm like, you don't need to do this anymore. It's popular, it's successful. You don't need to hype it up. It's required by law. Yeah, that's what it feels like. And like I said, I'll always push back against stuff like that. But my free shilling. Okay, so now we've got a lot of C's here. We don't have that many of the gold C, but it is what it is. Oh my god, there's still more. Okay. Here, let me turn that off so that it's not just constantly going back and forth. 800? Oh, that's nothing. They want to talk about it, but if they don't play the game, they cannot talk about it. I don't think that's the case at all. Because that's the case, then you can't talk about any gacha game you don't play. And if you can't talk about any gacha game you don't play, then you need to play them all. Why don't you play every gacha game? Even the gacha fanatics have a limit. I'm well aware of that. That's what I'm saying. It's not a, oh, I want to talk about it issue. Because it's not like you don't have people to talk Zenless about. And to fix that, they try to make them play Zenless? Yeah, that's terrible. See, and you want to know why that's not the case? Because I can talk with somebody about FGO even if they don't play FGO. That's how I know that's not the case. It's very easy. You just understand that the person doesn't know about it. So you have to put things in terms that, like, a newbie would understand. And it's that simple. They want to drag you into the rabbit hole. That is the actual truth. Yes, I agree with it. That is the actual truth right there. It's not they want to talk about it. It's they want to drag you into the rabbit hole alongside themselves. Yeah. The thing about this is, chat, this isn't Zenless's launch. Zenless launched already. Zenless launched during... All right, y'all are about to get some shade from me, but I hate to say it, but Zenless launch was kind of a disaster for them. Yeah, sure, they had a shit ton of people sign up, but I saw nobody playing the game content creator-wise. I didn't really hear anybody talking about it that much after it came out. It's only now with the most recent updates where I think Zenless has finally gone, shit, this isn't as successful as Star Rail, that they're kind of trying to, like, push it more and put more focus on it. And that's also why now that they're pushing it more and they're getting more features and more people in, and the gameplay isn't as, like, simple, that they're now actually getting people to stump for it. Because again, it's not like this is the launch push from people. just look at how the new Madoka game looks. It shouldn't be about playing it. I gotta be honest, I haven't seen anything on the new Madoka game other than the fact that their promo art basically copied FGO's. MiHoYo's model is breaking, hooray. I think it definitely is. I think the vast majority of people have already decided whether or not they will play a MiHoYo game. And to be fair, that's exactly why I will push back on somebody trying to like indoctrinate people like this. When you got a lot of people being like, oh, you should play Zenless, I'm going to be like, no. No, it's MiHoYo. No. And then they're going to get upset because, oh, you're not giving MiHoYo a fair chance. I don't care. They haven't earned it. What's bad? No, we're not having this conversation. I've had this conversation many times. Chat, you've been here. You know. I'm not getting baited into that. Okay, let's use that. We're going to go ahead and swap to Sen. Cad, you played Genshin? You're right, I did. That's exactly why I know what I'm talking about. Da, 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 da. Oh wait, no, this is the bronze, isn't it? I can swap the T1. Still not going to be a whole lot. I also haven't unlocked or append. Probably means I need to swap for an actual support here. Let's just do Oberon. He's easy. Oh wait, no, I got to remember my own review here. Probably just go ahead and pop her charge skill here. Yeah, that should be fine. Summer Scotty's my beloved, yeah. Just not a game I plan to play every single day like FGO. Sorry, not sorry. No, I think that's fine, right? Like, but that's again kind of what I see is I see a lot of people try to like quote unquote invade the FGO community and try to get them to play other stuff. That is one of the reasons again that I do push back against stuff like this. I think FGO has enough issues already without necessarily allowing poaching within its ranks, right? So it's one of the reasons that I do try to push back. I do try to like say, hey, no. I think it's a very natural and healthy thing. And I think I got to be honest that, like I said, while I don't mind people bringing it up now and then, basically when it starts getting full court pressed, you will see me put my foot down. And people can get upset with me if they want, but like I said, I think it's natural to have that defense mechanism. Cad, you don't like Ascension 3 on Rikyu? I don't think I have Ascension 3 unlocked yet. Oh, you know, it might help. It might help if I brought in the other Scotty. Whoops. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think you can get it until the end of the event, right? I don't need someone else to tell me to play a game I don't care about, like Genshin or Zenless or whatnot. Yeah, I mean, like, the only times that you'll hear me, like, for instance, let's take Star Wars Outlaws. So the reason I talked to you guys a little bit about Outlaws is because I don't think you're going to get that opinion on Outlaws out there in like the general like consensus of things. I understand I'm biased towards Star Wars games, and I'll just go ahead and say that. And I did tell you guys, like with something like Outlaws, it's because it's a Star Wars game that, you know, I can A, rate it highly, and B, say that it's not for everybody. It's just going to primarily be for people that are fans of it, right? But normally, I'm only going to give you that opinion if it differs from the norm. If I'm having the same opinion as everybody else, like for instance, oh, everyone's loving the game and I'm loving the game too. I mean, you're going to hear that. You're going to see that. You're not going to need me to like sit there and stump for it. Simultaneously, I think that's kind of what's going on with a lot of this is people know that MiHoYo is polarizing to some degree at this point, and that they're trying to convince the other people to give it a chance, but the other people don't want to give it a chance. And I can say trying to push them will not result in a good like effect. I firmly believe that like it's one thing to pose it to people once, but then lay off. If you keep trying, it will only ever have that negative impact. People will just go, God, they're so pushy. Whee! Gods, thank you for the follow. Should I stop watching you on YouTube and move to Twitch? Is Twitch more friendly to use for you? I have it merged so that I can see both of you guys now, so it's not an issue. Like, I definitely see every single... Well, I see every single. Usually between the two combined, between Twitch and YouTube, there's enough conversation, especially if I'm talking about something myself, that like I might not see an individual comment. I don't get to react to everything, but it really doesn't matter to me. Whichever one works better for you. No music on YouTube? That's true. But that is a irreconcilable problem, right? YouTube has very strict DMCA issues. There is no way to split the audio on YouTube's end either. So it just is what it is. At least with regards to Twitch, we do have a way to split audio so Twitch can still hear it, but it doesn't go into the VOD. And that's ideal, right? Now remember, chat, this is an NP2, but this is a damage bonus, so no Rikyu. I don't remember if it's 50 or 100% extra damage, but naturally these numbers are not going to be like 1-to-1. But this isn't man super effective, or at least it shouldn't be. Maybe, well, it might be. But you can see, she's functionally capable of looping from nothing. It just kind of requires a little bit of know-how. 100%, thank you. She stirs so fast. Jonta should be man. Okay. I was going to say. I looked at that. I was like, she might be. Outlaws doesn't look good. I think like the game itself looks okay. I'll say this. I have seen several reviews of the game that are reviewing it with like shitty graphics. Like not with the graphics cranked, right? So in that regard, I find that kind of duplicitous. Like I can understand testing it at lower graphic settings, but to me, if you can't run a game on its even medium graphic settings, you shouldn't be reviewing the game. I think that's fair, right? Like, if you're having to run it with the graphics turned all the way down, that's not fair to the game. But yeah, like, it is what it is, right? If people don't want to play, they don't have to. But the reason that I tried to give you guys that impression overall was just to kind of make it clear that, like, hey, I actually did enjoy my time with it. Hey, I think it is a good game. I don't think it's the, like, slop that the internet tries to claim that it is. There's a lot of stuff that I liked about it, a lot of stuff that I missed from Star Wars games back in the early 2000s. And to me, it's almost like a renaissance for it in that regard. But if you don't like Star Wars, you're not going to like it. If you don't like Ubisoft, well, that is what it is. And again, I don't think it's worth the full price. I think that game is probably better valued as like $60. And, again, my advice would be only if you're a Star Wars fan. Shame about the Pro Tag, though. Yeah, the Pro Tag's like one of my biggest issues with it. It's, let me see if I can find it for you guys real quick. And it's really funny, by the way, too, chat, because it felt like later in the game, the odd facial features were far less pronounced than they were early in the game. Like, later cutscenes almost didn't seem to have the same issue. Yeah, okay, chat. Here's two. These are accurate. I'm not sure that they're fair, but these are accurate comparisons. So on the left is your protagonist. On the right is the actress who plays that they modeled her after. And the big one that everyone has pointed out, you have a double cleft testosterone laden chin. That is not a normal thing. She does not have it. So it's like, and here is it. It's the same in-game photo, but here is her in a different look. So, like, I don't think this is the best, most flattering image of the character. Don't get me wrong. But, like, it's pretty weird. You can see, like, we raised the cheekbones up and gave it a more, like, angular face. They made characters horrible in Outlaws. Yeah, that's my big issue with it. And the reason why I have a big issue, chat, it is so jarringly noticeable, even if I hadn't ever seen this. Okay? Even if I had never seen the actress. This is so darn noticeable and weird looking. It gives Uncanny Valley vibes. And you absolutely notice it during every, like, cutscene. Because the cutscenes are very cinematic. They're very, like, in your face. So, like, yeah, like I said, it took me, like, 35 of the 40 hours of the playthrough before I finally was like, oh, this doesn't look that bad anymore. And that's why I wonder, like, basically, was it a case of, oh, maybe later on they kind of smoothed it out and didn't make it look as bad. So they put it off there in the origin to make it seem like it was the way that it was. Maybe to, like, get some funding or something like that, as we all know has been an issue lately. And then later on, they kind of get rid of it. So her mother looks normal. Her mother is actually pretty hot looking. Let me see if I can find it. So yeah, so chat, you just saw that, right? This is Kay when she's young. It looks so much better. So that's your protagonist when she's young. Trying to find a picture of the mom. I think I have a YouTube video here that has it. Yeah. Yeah, chat. And here is the mother. Okay? Like even the mother looks far more normal. It is what it is. They gave the older one the butt chin. Yeah, it's how you know they made changes. It's really bad and glaringly obvious. They effectively uglified the character. And that's why, like, chat, if this game didn't have the uglified character, I would probably give it a 9 out of 10. It's that alone knocked it a point, in my opinion. And I came to grips with it, but that was my biggest issue. After that, it was just like, yeah, like the crashing and then the fact that you couldn't take guns other places. Otherwise, I didn't really have any issues with this game. It was really, really fun. So maybe it'll get modded. That was kind of why I was hoping it was going to come to Steam. Steam's a lot easier to mod on. Everyone's familiar with that. I'm not going to say you can't mod an Ubisoft game. In fact, there are mods out there for it. But last I had checked, nobody had modded the face. Because it's like, yeah, so you can see here's your mods, right? Like they're mostly just performance things like reshades, anti-stutter, ray tracing. That's it. Like nothing that actually like adjusts the character model yet. Someone probably will, but not until it gets off Ubisoft. It's a fair issue to have. If you have to stare at her for 40 hours, at least make her pleasant to look at. Yeah, I agree. And I'm going to say this, like, the issue isn't that the character isn't the prettiest character ever. The issue is that the character is artificially, like, changed to be weird, right? That's my problem with it. It's uncanny valley, not that it's ugly. I can handle an ugly character. You can put a scar on her. You can give her a snaggle tooth. I can deal with that. It's you made her uncanny valley. That's a problem. She just doesn't look right. Yes. Western journals will say it's killing a woman or some kind of weird crap. Listen, yeah, and the Western journalists wanted everybody to play Concord, and look how that turned out, right? Like, I don't know why anyone listens to them at this point. They're just full of crap. They're paid shills. Everybody knows it. And they try to deny that they're not, but especially with regards to gaming journalism, there's very few actual journalists in gaming. Most of them they're just paid mouthpieces. That's all they are. We just could have done it like KOTOR and let you pick a male or female protag. That'd be kind of nice. I would like that. I mean, the story 100% centers around the character. And I'm going to say this. I've heard people say that the story is crap. The story is actually pretty good, I feel like. It starts out a little bland, but it gets better. And there's actually a reason that it starts out the way that it does. So, like, I think you got to go into it with an open mind, but it is there. Journalist trying to pick a media fight with Valve over Deadlock was so obvious. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, good luck, right? Which I still haven't tried to, like, get into Deadlock or anything. Has anyone in chat played? Is it actually good? It's fantastic. Anyone got a beta invite? It's wild that these groups keep pushing for DEI modern audiences. I want to say, like, I don't have any issue with like characters of color, various different ethnicities or sexualities or anything like that. My issue is basically when that trumps everything, when you push that at the expense of story, at the expense of good character design, at the expense of actual fun gameplay. When that's getting in the way of that, it can get the hell out. I think these sorts of considerations should come not even second. They should be like third in the pecking order of like importance, behind interesting characters, good story. Fourth, I guess. Interesting characters, good story, and good gameplay. Those should all come before any other consideration, right? And I think that's the truth of the matter. And let's be real. You know what, chat? I'll let the developers choose. They can put stuff like DEI agendas as either fourth on the list, or they can put it fifth. And I'll let them choose between that or money making. Their revenue scheme can be the other one that they have to juggle it with. But neither of those two should ever come before the first three. Okay? I think that's fair. Right? Having a female lead, I've seen people be like, oh, you only hate this game because it's a female lead. Case in point, I just played Outlaws. I had no issue with it other than the fact that you made the female Uncanny Valley. I didn't mind the fact that it was a female lead. I don't have any issue with it being a female lead. Attempting to make a game is massively unprofitable. Yeah. They all looked like bad cosplayers. Listen, that's an insult to cosplayers. Like at Baldur's Gate 3, you can have LGBTQ and have SMEX with everything you want, but the game is good. Yeah, exactly. That's my exact point. It's like when it's not constantly pushed in your face and beating you over the head, I don't have an issue with it in the slightest. People just fundamentally want a good game. That is the core of every issue. And why we find fault with it is when that ends up getting in the way of making good, smart choices for the longevity of the game. Right? And, again, counterpoint to like people being like, oh, you only care about hot characters. Chat, I played Stellar Blade. I dropped Stellar Blade. I wasn't that thrilled with the game. I think the game has, like some good points. I think it's interesting, but just because you slapped a hot character in it doesn't mean I'm going to keep playing it if I'm not really enjoying it. And that's the truth of the matter. Like, I don't know why this is a difficult concept for a lot of people to understand. Whoops. You don't like X because their Y is such a disingenuous cope. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, I think whenever you say that, what you're doing is you're taking the the reason out of the person's argument, right? You're trying to invalidate their argument and saying that their reasoning is invalid. Oh, you don't actually believe that, it's because of this. And I'm like, you can do that, but it's not going to make people listen to you. It's not going to make people necessarily like you, right? Like, it is what it is. I think ultimately you still have to hear the opposing side's viewpoint and humor it in order to have any sort of discussion or debate. And if you don't, you're not going to have any discussion or debate. You're just going to get basically lecturing is what that will amount to. People just are going to be like talking down to each other and not actually listening to each other. it's fine, but when it's rough to look at the design, it's a problem. Yeah. I don't know. I've used the example of Roadhog before. Roadhog is a grotesque motherfucker. If you guys have ever played Overwatch, you know exactly what I mean. He's a big, like, fat dude, okay? And he runs around and he's like grunting and like cranking my hog, and he's gonna go and hook you with his hook and do all this stuff. He is a pig in actuality, and he straight up is a biker in his theming. And he's an interesting character. No one cares. People still play him. You could make a totally ugly ass, disgusting, off-putting character and people still play him. As long as it's a good character. That's not nice, Cad? Listen, chat. Okay. The thing is, he at least has a whole like Mad Max and like thematic biker gang vibe. Right? That's what he's going for here. The ideal male body. Yeah. Like that's the point that I'm trying to make. Hold on, chat. I'm trying to find it. So, like, would you rather play, chat? Would you rather play as Roadhog or as this? I don't know what the one on the right even is. That's just the truth of the matter. Like, this is a masterclass in character design compared to whatever the heck that is. Yeah. And that's the truth of the matter. That's the absolute truth of the matter. You can make two, like, not Adonis-looking characters, and it's wild that people are going to play the uglier one. Right is still going to high school and figuring himself out. Maybe, right? Like, and that's why. That's ultimately why. One on the right's just boring. Yep. If you're gonna make a fat character, you might as well go all the way. Yeah, like embrace it. Go whole hog, right? But I think the reason for that is at least then you had a reason for doing what you were doing. You're not trying to piss people off, right? And by the way, I'm not calling every fat person ugly. I want to be clear here. I'm trying to say that, like, if you're gonna do something like that, have a reason for it. Be making this like character archetype that you have in mind rather than just trying to check a check mark off of a list. That's kind of what you see in a lot of this. And I want to be clear here too. It's wild for me to say this because we actually kind of know that Overwatch has made characters just to check a check mark off a list. That being said, at least their characters have better designs. They're more thought about than clearly 8 years of Concord's development. So, not just a boring plank of wood. Yeah, exactly. Uh-oh, I got an update. Nani? But it's Concord, yeah. I'm glad Concord's gone in that regard. I feel bad for the developers that were chained to this project for 8 years, but ultimately the reason why I say it is because it's like, you know, it wasn't the Q&A team's fault. It wasn't the programmer's fault. It wasn't like your average run-of-the-mill developer. It was the higher-ups that were making the decisions. It was the lead artist in charge of character design. They're the ones at fault. I heard it was 200 mil, Strom, but I heard it was 200 mil and that they sold 25,000 copies across both Steam and PlayStation combined. So, chat, if you take that and you multiply it by the price, that means that not even including, like, you know, some sort of like marketplace fee or cost or anything like that, even just taking it at full face value, that means they made $1 million. They made $1 million on a game that cost them $200 million. I don't blame them for refunding. At this point, what does it matter? It's a drop in the bucket. It's a drop in the bucket. And if you didn't refund, you'd have gotten even worse. So that's why. That's why they did it. Tax write-off for years? Well, to be fair, there are limitations for NOLs. It's probably just going to be a lump sum, but it definitely depends on how they want to handle that. Wow. All right, chat, let's play some Monkey. Some Return to Monkey. Monkey, 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 monkey. Monkey. So we completed chapter 1 and I was busy getting my buttocks kicked. Oh, why is that so loud? Is that unreasonably loud for everybody else or just me? We're going back to Monkey? Yeah, I put Monkey on pause mostly because Outlaws came out, and Outlaws is a game that I had been waiting on. But also because, like, I don't know, the schedule was just busy. It was a pretty big gong. Well, we'll see. Let's see how loud it is when we get into game here. Ugh. This game is potential game of the year. Yeah, I've heard people say that. Like, and you know, it is what it is. I molded at the fucking frog boss. I didn't like the way he was designed, but chat, this is me. I've played a ton of these games, and at this point, like, I just have my own peculiarities about this. Okay, yeah, it feels like this reset my sound settings. Okay, we'll see. People like good games, who knew? Yep. I gotta admit, I'm impressed considering it's this this developer's first offering. Okay. How do I do things? Yeah, oh, you're gonna all shoot at me now, aren't you? Oh my god. Is he, like, awake? No? Okay. I saw someone made a Darth Maul mod for this. Oh man, I forget how to do, like, so much here. Okay. There was a way that I had gone, like, around this. Was it to the right? Yeah, and then I went like over this way. And then we went down here. And then I fought the stupid freaking frog with his lightning. This game is so visually stunning. It looks fun. Listen, I'm also going to say this. While I agree, I would always rather have better graphics than not. I don't give a shit about the graphics. Graphics are what make a game fun. Now, there is the reverse.
Take him down.
If a game is, if the game is like startlingly ugly, I'm probably not likely to play it. No, you come over here. Come over here. Wow. It like refused to let me actually dodge there. What? Did my hit just not go through? Cad, what would you rate Dark Souls 1? Oh, it's been forever since I've played 1. Really depends. I think like at the time I would have given Dark Souls 1 like a 9 out of 10, right? Like, because I think it's difficult to judge a game outside of the lens of the time of which it was created. Oh, what did I just hit? Did I just heal? God damn it, I accidentally healed. Oh great, now there's 2 of them. Did you try to say dishonor to my family? Give them more money for how much I enjoyed it? Eh. I mean, Zero, have you ever played any of the God of War series?
Unending boom will be ours.
Okay. Bro, you're not allowed to turn around. That's illegal. It looks like the big guy that I killed over here is gone. Is this dude the same? Is he also temp enemy? fight me over here, you bitch. You don't have arrow cover. I am not going through that. Ah! Fucking hate delayed attacks. Yeah, I'll just get stuck on the tree. Fantastic. Whoa, bro! This guy is such a fucking delayed moveset. And then he keeps following it up with that. Yeah, I'm just dead. Like, I beat the other version of him before, but like, I'm out of practice. Holy crap. 200 rat fucks are so annoying. Well, it's weird because like when I was playing him the first time, I didn't have that big of an issue with him, but this time I just like couldn't seem to dodge him for shit.
Who goes there? I'll take it.
Okay.
Cunning foe! You dare walk!
Okay. Guess we go into the boss again. I remember I had to like knock him down from shit.
Where is your
Huh?
The eldest is locked up. You're my only hope.
There we go.
I'll show you to death.
Bro, what the fuck? What? Wow. That's the first time I've seen that. First time for everything, I guess. Let me double check. I don't think it was maxing out at all. The way of the monkey kung fu style. Oh, it's just annoying because I felt like I was doing okay there and that I might have had the capability. Check updates, maybe? Like the game updated right before this. And I've already updated my drivers for the game. So unless I need to do another driver update for the game, which I'm going to declare that's a problem if that's the case. It's probably just their most recent update. This is really bad RNG. I mean, imagine if you were neck deep in an area as well. That would also be annoying. So it's like crashing in general in a Souls game is always going to be annoying. Always has been, always will be. Okay. Chat, will other enemies follow me into the boss arena? Or can I just like run in? What was that? Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Oh, wait. Is he enraged now? Wow. Damn. What the fuck, dude? Oh my god. How does that still hit? What the fuck? Fuck you, game. I was spamming dodge. Man. Yeah, now I'm actually kind of angry that it ate that one fucking skill. Anger clouds your judgment? Not really. I'm not angry, like tilted. Need to try Ninja Gaiden? I have the entire series because whoever the producer of it was gifted it to me. I've never played it. To be fair, they gave it to me with no like express like, hey, you must use it for this. Wait, are his things not here? Are they only here on the reload? I fucking hate that! I shouldn't have done that, but like... Are you kidding me, dude? There we go. Okay, not too bad. Yeah, where are you getting Discord pings? Because I closed down OBS on the other computer. That's fine, as long as it's not, like, too much. We're okay. Still want to know how he's singing. Cat Jam. Yeah, I actually wanted to leave the king alive, and unfortunately hit like one too many like square buttons there, and it was like, oh, okay, guess I'll die. Okay. Second Rat Prince. Rat Jam? Yeah, usually get me warmed up on a boss and then I can fight any NPC. Brew, haha. No, I think we'll go with the 36%. That's still better. Oh, right. Do I have any level ups I can do? Monkey. 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 Okay, so the open gold stuff is just better. You want that one? Of the decoy? I don't like either of those because Clad Step's really good for getting in and getting out, but anything else wastes your mana. So until there's a way to like get more mana, I don't see the point. Thrusting stance. We stance dance him. Can use the gourd while on top of the staff. What the shit is that? Deals damage to the enemy based off their remaining health. Increase the charging speed of all stances. Damage dealt by smash heavy attacks. Skyfall strike? If you had killed just the prince, you wouldn't have gotten the spirit? Wait, really? So, like, the order I killed them actually mattered? Because to me, it seemed obvious to kill the king first, because he's the pest. And the other dude's big, slow... Idiot. Yeah, let me know if I'm gonna, like, miss out on something like that. Okay. The might recovery speed? I don't know that those two are worth. Oh, I see. Ultimate thrust no jutsu. Let's rest. Embassy behind the shrine of the wolf boss that you missed? Wait, did I? You motherfucker!
You can never break this gift of honor from my king!
I don't see the point of the thrust stance right now. Okay, so wait, so you're telling me to go all the way back. My god. That's still my chief complaint about this game. Dear Lord, they did not get, like, item interactions right. First shrine with the wolf boss? You talking like here? Onion, you're sure I missed it? Man, this game does not load fast for me. Okay. Sweet free will. Is this what they call free will? Free Willy? No problem, Katana. Chat? Buy a pond. That is not descriptive enough. Keep going. Okay.
caught in a tight spot. You don't look like a Yaogwai from these parts. Have you come to earn the Black Wind King's favor? Hear me. That bear is but a hollow shell. He can grant you nothing. Don't waste your time on him.
What if I already killed him?
He lies about cheating death and even the treasures. His followers are, all of them, deceived. Blackwind Gwai is a sly one. He preaches virtue with a heart full of greed. Oh, I wouldn't entrust him with my plea. I don't know why you are here, but you should be vigilant. Now, I'm pressed for time. Fare thee well, then.
Oh, okay. So I just needed to talk to him? That was it?
I don't know why you are here. Now, I'm pressed for time. Fare thee well.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna guess it's the second one. In the cave, there's a meditation pad. Ah! Chat! When I ask, all I needed to do was talk to him, right? And you guys say, yep. You literally looked at it? I mean, someone should have screamed at me when I ran away from it. I guess you did, but at me at that point. I'm clearly not seeing you. Forever loading. Okay, one more time. Anything else while I'm here, chat? Would you like me to pick up groceries while I'm out? Taking out my frustrations on you. Oh, this thing. I don't know why, but my brain said that this was a pot. Only if you promise it isn't milk and cigarettes you're picking up. I'm sorry, chat. It is. But it's okay there, sport. I promise I'll be back for your next birthday. Actually, I shouldn't have made that promise. I can't keep that promise. I should have just said for your birthday and then left it vague and ambiguous as to which one. Yeah. Like, obviously, you think it's your next birthday. I'm thinking like your 18th. Okay. Now we can finally play the game again. What's red hair doing guest starring in this game? You know, I don't know how close to the actual like legend this is and how much creative liberties it takes, 'cause I'm not super familiar with it, right? But I do know like horsemen are a thing at least like in Japan, so I gotta assume they're also probably one in China. Bro, did you just throw a fucking bomb at me?
King's gift.
Okay. Into the hole we go. Oh, hey, that's a locked from the other side, huh? So it's a shortcut. Emphasis on short. Yeah, you could tell that this was made in Unreal 5 because this looks exactly like that. God, what did they call it? The Lumens like tutorial that they did. Like the same environment. Oi. What the heck is that thing? Hey! Why are there multiple of you? God, having to do that no lock-on's kind of oof. Especially next to a ledge. Okay, that goes somewhere. Where I don't know. Yeah, game? God, it's so difficult to see if you're not, like, in the shade. Surprising. Yeah, is there falling damage in this game? I can't remember. I assume there is, but what the... I don't trust this. Okay. Okay, maybe. There's just a dude in the background screaming. Ay, 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 ay. Cue the Pillar Man theme. Yeah, game. There we go. Giant centipedes, right? I guess it's Hakuna Matata, right? For the rest of your days. So I assume I'm going here since this is the only way I can go. Surely it's not a boss. Surely. Oh. Okay, Batman. Okay. Blood of the Iron Bull. That didn't look like a bull. That looked like a bat. Okay, I was gonna say. Konnichiwa. Okay, that goes somewhere. What kind of a tree is that? That thing was white. Okay. Can I go out any other way? Chaz, is there a way to like regen mana ever? Okay, that's where we came in. If you beat the big head guy. Yes, but it's very shitty. Okay. Is it this? Batman? Two Batmen? So chat, am I going the right direction for the hidden location? Because I beat the big head guy. Massively increases maximum stamina. I mean, that wasn't very massive, but okay. Maybe from the game's point of view it was. In the open space for the boss? For this area? Wait, I'm confused. You talking about like here? Like, do I gotta, like, do the hand sign to him? Past that entrance you went in. What do you mean? I'm so confused as to where you guys are talking about now. Because this is a dead end. I was thinking, like, get up there somehow. The entrance you need to interact with. You talking about the double doors that were locked from the other side? I'm confused. Where are we talking, chat? Hey, big guy. That still hit me. Unbelievable. I got double hit from that. Ow. Dude. He just does not dodge. Huh? That should not have hit. I was over that tail. I dodged that too. Oh, dude. Yeah, fuck. No! Are you kidding me? Give me the attack! Fuck you, game! God damn! All I needed was that heavy and it didn't give it! There's sometimes doing that jump attack that the tracking's just awful. It basically just like throws you into the ground instead of like actually hitting the target.
Your meddling ends in death!
know how that still hit me, but whatever. It's like the shockwave of him hits you. Fuck you. Okay, I was gonna say, like, it pulled me out just in time to get me hit. Okay. That wasn't what you were talking about. Okay, so the clay wall. What do I do with the clay wall then? Use your spirit move. What do you mean? Like red tides? Or cloud step? L3? No. That's clicking in the left mouse. Or left joystick. I only have a little bit of mana left, so that's why I'm asking. Like, there's no button prompt if that's what you're thinking. The Wandering White ability? A headbutt? I can't see because of model? That didn't do anything, chat. Are we sure it's this? You hit the wrong spot? What does that even mean? Shit, I went the wrong way. Is there like, how do I tell where I'm supposed to hit it? How the hell did someone even figure this out? Like right in the middle? I mean, I thought I was, but...
Your star won't even scratch my farm!
Okay. It's a whole new zone. Oh god, this is a boss fight, isn't it, chat?
Their minds yearn to ascend, yet fame still holds sway. Their glory fades through time in tombs of somber prey.
Okay. Well, looks like that's all I can do here. Part of a secret quest, I see. Yeah, I don't like that that required an entire new load. Like... maybe they were trying to hide it from, like, speedrunners or something. I don't know. There you go. I didn't have to freeze you, but I wanted to. Okay, chat. I think it is 11. We end it here for tonight. We do have media share for tomorrow, so if you guys haven't already, get on the Discord. You guys should know the drill by now. And yeah, we'll probably be playing more Black Myth on Wednesday. Thursday. Sorry, my brain's off because of the holiday. Let me see who all's on, who all we can give some love to. Let me send you guys over to this person. I have never raided them before. But yeah, let's go raid a new FGO person. In the meantime, like I said, guys, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll have media share. Go give Necromancer my love, and I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for all the support as always. Have a good one.